What do you mean you're scared to go in? You already know what it looks like. It's gonna take me a while, isn't it, though? Wanna team up? No. I thought you're the one that doesn't want to use summons. No, does that affect that? Probably, yeah. Ara said it's easy. Ow. Ow. Why you don't have music on? There's been copyright issues. Let's just not deal with it. So, I'm sorry, we just have no music. Oh, I dodged. I hit the button. Oh, dang it. Yeah, Oda was literally DMing me nonsense. And I came to the conclusion that he must be really struggling with the boss because he was not speaking English. You know, almost got called into work tomorrow. After you making this whole, like, 1 week off thing. Yeah, exactly. I had the same thing. Oh, like, what? Every other streamer has music on. Well, that's good for them. No, this is what other people have experienced, and I don't want to have to deal with it. It's like, what happens is sometimes the track gets auto picked up by like a system in the background, and then it mutes your VOD. Yeah. And it happens a lot with like new game releases and stuff, because they didn't think to, like, I don't know, not have that set up for the song. Does that make sense? It's not like there's no one in particular that is actually going in and copyright claiming your stuff. It's like an automated thing, but it stuffs you up. Dude, every time he does the like snap snap and then grab, I dodge and it doesn't... It's doing it too slow. As much I was focused in that go. As focused as I was. Ow, right, okay. Still focused. Ow, okay. This isn't easy. Should I not have him locked? One of your managers did ask if you wanted to work Monday. Did you not tell them you're gonna have a week off? That's so troll. But do you want to work? Interesting. What if I was to just stay here in this corner? Ow. Okay, I don't think that works. It did work for a few moments. Yeah, I get what you mean, DJ. That is reliable. I also do the same. I promise. for that hit, thinking it was gonna work out. Okay. Okay. Dodged into it. I've barely done anything. I'll bring out the Tish eventually. I feel like I want to learn the pattern. Learn what he's doing. Does anyone else feel like it's just dark all the time? This number is going up very fast. You know you have a lantern. What does a lantern do? Wait, it went like 3 times. Put it on your body and light you up. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, sorry. I was talking about real life. But it's too dark. Not for you. I have forgotten about the lantern, actually. I feel like I was doing better with the other fight. Hey, barman. A thing. I hit a thing. Wow. The best run so far. What the frick? Oh no. Oh no. It's throwing electricity at me. Hello, stores. Hello. They hit so hard, yeah. Okay, got to the next stage. She's letting OCE be toxic. Oh, okay. No, hello, Fruit Loop. Would you say that maybe Fruit Loop participates in the toxicity? Ow. You would say that. That's a fair point. It's still, like, it's still toxic. It's still toxic to a certain degree. It's just not that bad. Normally. Depends. I'm gonna bring out Tish this next one and see how that goes. What do you mean, boo? Everyone hits like a truck. I think if you stand close to it, it doesn't hit. Oh, that's right. I needed to use the mana. Did I braid a ribbon? No. Wait, how does it look like a ribbon? Ow. Well, at least we got a lot further this way. Everyone's gonna be like, I'm cheating. What's your one-shot build? Oh my god, okay, so instead of dust, it's now giving me electricity. Ow. Oh! Okay, it's different now. Now it's... oh, it got me. It didn't look like it got me. Oh my god. A thing. Well... I'm not gonna lie, Tish was a lot more OP than I thought it would be. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that. It was so much easier. What the hell? Your Dragonborn bleed build. You one-shot Malekith with it, although you know the bleed part is weak. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so like... Man, I used to really like my sword. It's garbage. It's garbage in the DLC. Oh, I got the head. Well, that's exciting. Quick, put it on. I am so sorry. I have disappointed everybody. Oh, it is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. What's up? You hope they remove all summons in the next game. Look, don't get me wrong, I don't like summons either. Yeah, I don't have enough to level up. It actually costs so much to level up. You've seen some people who are on Messima already. He's gonna. Oh, I don't know. Messima. Wait, they've spoken about him. Yeah. Did I not? Oh, I didn't do it. Okay. Is the new DLC good? Yes, it is. Maybe I go get some levels? I know, I gave a definite answer. I thought about what you said. About me not giving definite answers. I think these people want definite answers when they ask that question. Wait, it's still alive? Oh, okay. Ah, it's too much to level up, man. I say quick, I'm gonna level up, but freaking... I'm gonna have to kill a lot of things. You have to stun lock them to survive. Are you talking about your bosses? 250? That takes forever to get to. At the moment, it's costing me 170,000. And when I'm over 100k, I'm like, well, I don't want to just walk up to the next area unaware. So, warm up. I know you're a higher level than me. At least things are worth a fair bit. They ran a bunk build and it was working pretty good. I like the weapon that Rellana is using, and I'm hoping that what she drops is something I might like. Yeah, so that helps with the move out. Oh, really? What's it called? So I've gotten to her, and then I've decided she's too difficult, and I just figured I'll get back to her later. It wasn't too far off. I got it down to 1/3 of health, and I thought maybe eventually, yeah, I could have. But I think I was maybe there just a little bit too early. If you hold the stance, like this? If you were to... I don't know. I don't know if I would be like hanging out. I guess if I was doing this. But usually I do it quickly. You will glow red when you get the buff, I see. Yeah, the Moon Veil doesn't feel great in the DLC. Like, I really have been feeling like, I swear this weapon was better than I remembered. Ow. You ditched off the katanas. I like the katanas though. Oh, there's this one too. Oh my god. I don't know how big this DLC is. I saw someone saying it's about 40 hours. The Dragon Gate Great Katana, that sounds cool. The size of Limgrave. That doesn't sound very big. But I wasn't saying physically how big it is. I was thinking, like, how much there is to the game. Thanks for following. Let me just kill a couple more things. Have you seen Limgrave? I'm not gonna lie, I've forgotten. I can look at Limgrave right now. How do I do that? How do you switch? Show lands in between. That's it. Limgrave. Where's that? Yeah. Oh wait, oh, I went too far. Here? Is this big? Where are we? We're in Realm of Shadow. right? It's fine. It's fine. Oh, I keep running out of stamina. This guy's insane. Oh my god, I swear I was gonna fall off. Okay, there's nothing to fall off. Is the camera making you dizzy? Because it's making me dizzy. Oh, damn it. Maybe I should have done a mistake. I just didn't know what that was. Let me just sneakily... I know, it was such a dumb death too. Let's sneakily go up to it. Once it starts spinning around, I feel like I'm screwed. The enemies are so... Oh, that was... Why didn't that sneakily get him? Enemies so aggressive in this. Like, it doesn't stop. You ever think about how negative framed you are when trying to heal? Alright. Takes so long to load. I just wanted to level up, guys. That's all I wanted. Okay, that missed. Sometimes I do my stance. I think it's because I don't have enough stamina. Because it doesn't do anything. I dealt with it. Yeah, I'm farming runes, right? I haven't got that much in my inventory. But I'll use it what I have left after these. I keep forgetting they're called runes. I always call them souls. Alright. I think we're done. That should be enough. Enough for now. Move on here. Try jumping attacks. Is it like this? Because I don't think... Or that. I feel like jumping attacks worked well on my last sword, but not this one. It still favors a broken meta of weapons. Does it? I thought everyone was humbled. I need another 5,000. I probably didn't do that much, right? I bet I need another 6,000. moving on. We haven't gone to the right here. Oh, that's an elevator. Is there anything over here? I guess not. Down we go. Oh, up. Sorry, up we go. Another big door. It'd be funny if this is just another boss. Wrong button. It's an item. Actually, see if I can level up Tish. I just can't remember to level up your like your mimic tiers and all that, for example. Did you need to level that up somewhere? You couldn't do that in your inventory, right? You had to go to someone. You had to go, I think it was at the round table. It was that girl, I think. Yeah, the round table girl, okay. And you need, was it, it was like a plant. I swore oh, was it a ghost lily? I don't think I picked up a ghost lily. Damn it. I don't think I have any. But I have it, it's on level 10. Is that max? Ghost lily. What do they look like? Now that I think of it, I don't think I have any. They were usually you'd find them in those dungeon things. I remember Roderica's name. Nah. Oh, that is Max? Okay, never mind. Yeah, isn't that with the ashes and my other thing? What's this? Tower of Shadow message. Oh, now I gotta read it, don't I? Key item? Wait, why don't I just go to recent items? Yes. A message left by Needle Knight, leader, addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Michaela's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. That is surely where kind Michaela is headed. We are no Empyreans, but we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. Let's see. Is that just telling me that I have to go east now? What is this? Is this just a tree? Why does it look weird? Is that a shadow? Is that what that is? A shadow? Man, I thought it was bugged. Can you walk through it? No. So, does that mean, well, isn't east, because I've gone east-ish. Is that the castle? No, apparently not. Do I have to go back to the two-sworded lady? It has the, directions going this way. But you see two other map things on the map. What other two other things? Go get the map. Oh, like over here. I haven't gotten up to them yet. Like, at this stage, I didn't actually know how to get to them. Have you beat the first mausoleum? No, I don't think so. I just did the first story boss now. Oh, I don't know. Where do I teleport to then? Here, maybe? So I guess I'll just have to go straight, if I can. And straight up. I fought Rellana, I didn't beat her. Well, that letter did say that they went east, which is the Rellana way, I assume. Maybe from here. Wait, what's a mausoleum? I have to fight these, don't I? I don't know. What's a mausoleum? How do I end up down there? Are you still stuck on it, Order? Is this the same boss? I don't think I can get down there. I feel like the only way I can go is Rellana. Could just be wildly wrong. I'm the scorched fire, head straight left. Is that the name of the thing? There's scorched ruins? Oh, are you talking about this thing? I've done that one, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know what a mausoleum was. There it is, that's the name. I've done that one. Yeah, okay. Have I gone this way? Maybe that will help me. Going to the left from here. And I say left, but like north. Like this way. This direction. Update, yes. You had a very wholesome lunch. Oh, that's good. So I'm assuming you told your parents then. You're like, I have acquired a job. Okay. Sorry, I should have attacked first. Ooh, we're doing so well. Why do these guys feel bigger than the other ones? They're probably not. Ugh. The road to freedom is bright and clear. Yay! How exciting. You already got your books flight. Your flight booked. bigger is tougher. Well, these guys get knocked back quite easily. So maybe not. Just trying to see if there's any items that I've missed. Even though I'll probably never use them. But you never know. Your books are being so flying, maybe tomorrow though. Fair enough. Hmm. I see some fire people. Nah, I have the same one. Currently. I feel like for most weapons, I would have to respec. Because my spec is Moonveil focused. Is the DLC any good? Yes. It is. Oh my gosh. But it is incredibly difficult. Challenging, you know? Like, everything just packs a punch. You guys are making fun of me. Ow. Yeah, I think almost everyone that I've spoken to that have played this game, like the DLC, they have said that they're surprised at how strong everything is and that their build isn't as good as they thought it would be. Yeah, like, no. There's no one that's just gone into the DLC and they're like, oh yeah, it was easy. Like, it didn't happen to anybody. Yeah, I thought I heard some. Oh, they're hitting me from up there. Oh, how am I meant to deal with that? Yeah, you're gonna say a bow and arrow. I know that's your simple solution. I have incantations? No, I don't. I feel like at this point I'd be better off with incantations. I don't think I have a single attack incantation learned. Yeah, she was your over level so that the souls are meaningless. What level are you? What level am I currently? I can't look. 157. 540? You're level 540. Are you doing New Game Plus or you don't have a lightning bolt? I don't know. New Game 7? Okay. You played a lot of this game. Can't I get up there from here? I guess I just continue on. I have Blame cleanse me. Yeah, I don't know. Is the game hard for you if you're playing New Game 7? Like the DLC? Because that's the thing, like it's freaking... It's hard. I don't know how they've scaled it if you're a high level on like another New Game thing. The New Game Plus DLC is crazy. You're not... Yeah, Rellana. I've fought her, but I haven't defeated her yet. This is very smooky. What did I do today? You know, I woke up pretty late. And then we went to do groceries, and then I did some house chores, and then I went to see my dad, and that was my day. This thing here. Oh, no? Why can't I put it down? Oh, I was having it in the wrong spot. Is that not a thing? Oh, it's a statue. Okay. If you say so. It's spooky. Isn't it? I don't like how thick this fog is. You're right, it has to be, yeah. Like, you can't have the game near impossible to defeat. I wonder what the highest New Game Plus you can have, or does it just go infinite? Then you're literally limited by time. It was originally capped at 7. Okay. So it did have a cap. Just interesting to know. These little, like, invisible graves are kind of trolling me. Sometimes. I haven't found a thing in a while. A grace. I can see fire from a distance. It's like a cave or something. Oh. Boss ahead. A boss? But there's like no stake. Ooh! Sorry. I cannot. They're all behind me. Ah. I guess that's what these were. Oh, there's a bear. Don't like those. Am I walking back? If I was to go this way, there's a little map thing here. This way, apparently, and a bear. And a bear. And a bear. Just put a marker on it. No, I can't go that way. Ah! Ah! I hit the wrong button. I accidentally used my flask. Why is it standing? Oh. It really died quickly, didn't it? Yeah, there's a door. I guess I'm just gonna have to go in it. The door scared me. Catacombs. Eh. Oh, how fun. There is a grace here. In this game, it is that. I was on the other side of a door. Now he made them all more detailed and different, and that's good. I'm glad. It was annoying that they were all the same. I would hope they would make the same in the DLC. It's kind of dumb. Oh, hello. What is that? It's like I don't want to hear about any. Oh, wait, no, that's not what we want. We want a lily. But wait, no, we don't, because it's maxed out. Never mind. Never mind my ramblings. Visions of trap. Ew, the board. Therefore, left required ahead. Ah. Yes. It's called the what? Ooh, accidentally the wrong button. Starlines. Ah, this is the left. Let's see. Yeah, I like to check every corner. Germania? What is this thing? I don't understand. Okay, it has a body. It gets annoying, actually, being me sometimes, because I'm like, I stand here, right, and then I'm like, okay, what's in there? And I start to look for context clues, because I hate jump scares, and you never know if they're just going to put an enemy, or like a scorpion right above your head. You know what I mean? Oh, like a better sword? And is it like my sword? I don't know how to get up there. Hey, buddy. You don't know if it's better. I see. Woo! It's too slow. Ah, yes, I see him. I don't know what these flowers are for. Hey, it was in this room, wasn't it? Yeah. Up there. Have to run. there all the time. Do you reckon that fits flush at the top there? Woo! Oh wait, I thought it was coming at me. Okay. Okay, well I don't think I have a choice. Oh dear. Oh, you can roll backwards, thank goodness. Oh! Wait. Have I been here? No, I haven't. Oh, there's a thing to the left. Is there a thing to the right or just to the left? Where are you going? I'm right here. Oh, there's a ladder. A lizard greatsword? If you want to be a lizard person. Why didn't you jump on top of that? I thought about it. Oh, was there? I was looking. And I didn't see it. A ledge. I have no idea these flowers. No idea if these flowers are useful. Whee! Another elevator? It's a stake. A state. I don't know, they're statues. Whoop! Sorry. Far out! I can't! This is why I check every corner! It's so bad. Wait, this one blows fire? Hello. Oh, I'm out. Any out of use? No, the person there. Thank you so much for the research console. Oh, hello. 106 months. You just have to be there. I think 106 months, that's the most, isn't it? Hmm. That's nice. Okay. I also see... oh! Oh yeah, I thought so. What is this ridiculous situation this game has put me in. Ah! I thought something might jump on top of me. Oh no! Do people say fire out when they get scared or what? I don't know, do you not ever use fire out? Frost is a new cheese meta, so that's why all the bosses are using it. Fire out! Fire out is like, damn, I don't know. It's like it's just a curse word. But you're not swearing, you know what I mean? Well, at least there was a little checkpoint, that's nice. Fire out! I'm surprised you guys don't use it. Didn't realize it was region specific. Yeah, I need to start this up. I didn't start it up. Okay, so what am I meant to do with all this? This is so dumb. That's my stuff. It ricochets! Should be good. Oh, it got me! Are you kidding me? Ah! This place is troll. That was funny, thank you. It got my hand and therefore I died. Wait a minute. 100 death celebration, okay. Woo! 100. You can feel the pain. Rellana is easy with Mimic. But doesn't that depend on what your build is? I have Tish, and she does make it easier. I feel like my build doesn't work with her. Oh, that's the first one behind me. No, she does not stop. We learned. What's our next pit stop? Must be to the left. Oh, there's one on the right. Ooh, there's a hole. There's a hole close in there. It does. I don't know if that's where I want to jump into, but... Is that another hole? You haven't seen this dungeon? Yeah. How do I describe where this dungeon is? It's like northeast. There's a lot of fog. There's a bunch of statues kind of leading you towards it. Hi, here. Shadow Realm Rune. Nice. I don't know if that's the big thing with this area, if that's the thing. How big is this again? Oh, it's just the whole thing. It's the whole thing. Oh wait, this isn't a hole. It looked like a hole from a distance. waiting point here. Another elevator down. God damn. They really keep sending me deeper. I don't know if there was anything there. I don't think there was. But you might as well check. No. I want to go home. Oh, is this a boss, you reckon? Ah, grass. Here. Okay. There is a statue. Oh yeah, it's a boss down here. Oh, I didn't have enough. I was gonna summon Tish, but I didn't have enough mana. Ow, he's got electricity. Electricity is also common. Oh dear, okay. This guy took you so long to beat. T-shitters then. We did, we're now at 101. That's good. Did he grab you already? No, I haven't seen him grab me actually. It doesn't seem as bad as the first one in the mausoleum. I could be wrong. Oh. No, it's stamina. Got hit by all of that. Oh, the grab. And he healed up. Okay, I see. You can backstab him? Oh, okay. Let's see if we can... I feel like it'd be hard to backstab. Ooh, I got this. No! Why did you attack? Dang it. Oh, he went twice. He went twice. I didn't do that much. We can do it. We can do it. Yeah, that's true. Backstabbing and stuff can give you a free healing opportunity. I've got to summon my thing. I was thinking about this. I don't think it's as easy with a summon. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, no. I was trying to, like, do the backstab thing. Crimson Amber Medallion. Don't I have one of those equipped? I do. I've got an extra one. Oh my gosh. That mean I have even more HP. That's nice. Yeah. That summon is kind of made some things easy, hey? I feel like everything in this game packs a punch. And then I'll be like, maybe if I summon my, like, thing. And then I get disappointed after. I'm like, oh, that's just a little bit too easy with her. I don't know. I can level up. When I get to the ghost. Which is down here? Oh, I have to go all the way down, don't I? Oh no, I can teleport. Oh my gosh. I always forget that. So I didn't find the map. It kind of ends up at a dead end there. I don't think you can. So that was here, Rivermouth Cat? No, it was here. Yeah. I think I have to clear this to go here. Unless... Like, I can't see the way to cross that lake. Is there? Oh, there probably is. How did you get there? I went, so from here, I went this way. And then it goes through here, I'm pretty sure. And it's all like super foggy. And then there's like statues leading you to it. Yeah. Yeah, nice talisman out of it. Southeast. Like down this way? Are you sure that's a dead end? I think it is. I think I have to cross this way. I have to go in this side. So that's what I'm gonna do now. Because I was like following through and all I was getting was rock. What's the land of the blue? When you say the land of the blue. It's alright. The land. It's a land that's blue, I see. Okay. I reckon... Oh no, this is a different way. Why have I gone that way? I don't think I've gone that way. Is that a cave? Ah, what the heck. Another cave, I bet. Oh, that's right. Are you going to go in here? Because I bet this closes behind you. No, that's legit what happens. We'll do it later. Why are you so scared? Because this game is giving me multiple reasons to be scared. Oh. See, I thought this was the lake and there was like a path here. But it just goes to here. Which is a cliff, actually. Maybe if I go... What if I transport here? Go in there for the content. So evil. Have I done this? No, I haven't done this cave. This is the river mouth cave. People don't want to worship scared Elden Ring player. Well, that is just me. A dog slayer, it seems. And I'm just getting all this meat. Can I cook it? You know how you pick up all these cookbooks? Are they for actual cooking? Is this secretly like Zelda? Hmm? Can you fall down a hole into here? But you can? I've never cooked. Oh wait, like, right, crafting and stuff. I've never crafted anything. I came down here, right? And then I came here. And then... Ah. Right. Righto. It feels like... Yes. This feels like a trap! There's a hole ahead. Okay, thank you. A lot of blood. Group ahead, and therefore try defeating one by one. Oh, that is quite the congregation. Beautiful. I never thought of them to be a community of sorts. And the dogs are their pets. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna run out. Just in case. You never know, you never know. What am I climbing up to? Oh, back here. Oh. Cool, so that's you've looped around. Now back to the congregation. Which was be down this way. Put your lantern on. Let me work out how to do that. No, I guess not. I feel like I would forget, like I wouldn't notice that I need the light. Yeah, no, I wouldn't notice that I'm in a pitch black area. I'm not even kidding. Alright, I don't think I have any rocks. Is that something you can throw? How do I change what thing I have equipped? What, magic thing I have equipped? No, but I'm trying to unleash these one by one. Give me a bow. Where's the weight? Okay, it's a 3. That alone just made me heavy. I think that's a really light bow. It is. Yeah, I get that I have arrows. It's just that it's too heavy. Can I equip rocks? Oh, what about knives? Is it arrows? Throwing knives, is that a thing? I have some crystal darts. Alright, how do I throw those? Excellent. Alright, that's all I need. Alright. Why are they not coming back here? Why are they too stupid? Alright, here we go. Next one. It's a time-consuming process. I like how they're just not realizing that everyone behind them is gone. Oh, that doesn't make it. That's annoying. See if I walk a bit closer. Accidentally lost a dart. How many we got left? There's also that area behind, and I don't know what's in there. It's gonna be the dumbest item that you can pick up. I'm gonna spend all this time. Whatever. Let it be. Oh, that one has the sword thing. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't realize that one. I thought the one at the front was the one with the stuff. What do you mean? It's not a sword, whatever it is. Just run in there and pick it up and run. No, we're gonna do this properly. With respect. Although we're almost done. This one also has the thing. Okay, there's nothing over there. That's lovely. A sacred bloody flesh. Oh. There's a boss. Dear Lord, there's a boss there. Who knew? That means I'm gonna have to run through there. Well, what do you expect? I don't know! A reward? I added magic. Is there a mage item I can use? There's a statue there. Oh my god, there is. You're right. Okay, good. Because I'm out of magic. The boss is your reward, thank you. Anything gives you mana? The blue stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Used to gradually recover FP. Oh, cool. Let's use. See if we can get this in one go. How gradual is gradual? Because I'm just gonna run in there and just use Tish. At least it looks pretty. I know, I can play however I want. You're right. Why do I ask everyone? Where was that item? It was near the arcs. This one, yeah. You can't equip it, right? You can also judge heavily, thank you. What's my favorite? I wanna say... Like, from FromSoft, probably, Bloodborne. I can't believe it's a big one of these. Oh my gosh. Sekiro was pretty good. But you know what? Oh shoot, I shouldn't feel that much. Elden Ring was also pretty good. I just have no refuge in this fight. Ow. Did that use? No. It takes time. Okay, it's breathing stuff now. There is an Elden Ring Kiwi streamer doing a naked run. Initially when you said that, I was like, what, they're playing naked? Like, excuse me? Alright, well, now I can do this normally. It is a strat nowadays. You know? Too low roll, too early. Just like when the CEO, what's his name again? Oh, good. Like, hey, here's this cool new, like... This cool new feature, and it's just booby streamers. That's crazy. There's a mob attack? I don't know what that means. There we go. And I needed mana to do that fight. Wow, you had a blood fiend Hex's ashes. That's cool. What an interesting cave. I do know Mark, but I didn't know like what the move you're thinking is. Hey Archie. Yeah, I feel like Bloodborne has to be my favorite Dark Souls, maybe. I wanted to play that again, Bloodborne, just to see if it holds up, if I've changed opinions, because it's my first one that I played. I probably have, like, if I was to play it again, it would probably feel different to me. Yeah, I'm good, how are you? Play the DLC. I have to see what the DLC is. I thought the DLC was the randomizer, the dungeon randomizer thing. How much do I need? To level up. Am I good? Elden Ring? That's, not really. I wouldn't say no, I say I'm the average gamer. I pretty much only play Souls-likes. Like, this is my main, like, if single-player game's the only thing I play. But I wouldn't say I'm good at it. Didn't you fight the Orphan? The Orphan? In Bloodborne? I don't think did I do the correct ending? I feel like I did the ending that Des made me do. You get so much health. Yeah, is that a bad thing? Dude, enemies in the DLC pack a punch. 200. Alright. I wouldn't say because I have a big health bar that makes me good. I just have a bigger health bar because I want to die too quickly. You can have 99 of everything and still get shell shot. Well, yeah, I assume it is like that. Everything just scales. Oh wait, I wanted to see what came like when you walk out of here. What level are you? I'm level, what, 158? I didn't do New Game Plus either. The River Mouth. cave. So if I go this way, maybe take a left. Okay, so if I go this way, oh, this is where that thing was. I think that wasn't a very descriptive descriptor. There's like a boss in there. Oh. Wait, this is where the turtles are. That's not. That's not. That's not what I was expecting. Oh, maybe it's up above to go into the next area. Oh, you're 38, okay. It sounds like you have a lot to go. You don't really finish the game until... Like, when you finish the game, you're at about between level 100 and 150. When I finished the game, I was 148, I think. That's before the DLC. I remember trying to do this, and I gave up. I don't know if it's meant to be doable. Can I teach you? I'm not the best person to ask. I am so sorry. I have no idea. I have good resilience. I feel like if you're level 38, you're doing alright. Ah, man. Okay. I just forgot. They are for going down. Thank you for answering my question. I always wondered. Okay, so I don't think they go there. I think that's just locked off. I think I have to go to the right. Do I really have to do Rellana? Oh, that's where I'm stuck on. Rellana it is. Can you teach me how to get lots of runs? I don't know what you mean by that. I am not good at this game. There's stuff southeast you can do too. Oh, but it's kind of a rock to get. Like this way? Where, like, Prospect Town? Or this way? That's south, actually. Oh, how to get lost of money. Oh, runes! Right. There's probably some areas where they just, like, you know what I used to do to get runes? And I don't know if it's worth it at level 35. I used to just kill the trolls. Like those giants that were just kind of hanging around in the fields. I used to just kill those. You see the entrance to the place you're in now. The path to the green spot. You said southeast. Wait. Oh my god, did you say southeast and I've been looking at southwest? My dude. This bit! Okay, right. Right. How do you get here? I didn't do... Did I do the lava one? I did do the lava one. Can you teach you how to get there? I don't know what area it is. I'm sorry. It's near one of the starting areas. I can't remember what it's called. I remember there was a painting. What was it called? I just can't remember. Oh, Artist Shack. I think that's it. So if you go to the Artist Shack, there's a bunch of trolls, I think, around this cliff. I just fight those. You beat Elden Ring for the first time today. Congratulations. There are a bunch of paths there, including holes. From here? I think I've already done that one. I wish the caves told you if you'd done them or not, like if you finished it. What's for dinner? Are you asking me what I cooked? I don't cook. I remember going down here. Malekith and Raiden. Oh man, I've forgotten the name of the bosses. What do you mean, what do you eat then? Well, I had fruit for dinner. Because I had a meat pie for lunch. So I had fruit and then I had, what did I eat for dinner? I don't know. I don't remember. A peanut butter sandwich? We have no bread. So no. I had some crackers, that's it. Oh, I've been here. I've been here. I didn't go this way though. No, I'm not gonna do all that, I'm sorry. I have my own game that I wanna play. Oh, I'll be good. You just joined the stream just as you went offline. Oh, last night? Yeah, I did have eyeliner. It was a bit too much. I have nothing today. I don't see anything here. My homie wants to talk to Ost. Yeah, I've been here and I don't remember what here discovered, like what I discovered here. Oh, I think I turned to the left. If I went to the right. Yeah, that's alright. I know what you're talking about. Yes, hello. Why isn't there like a little, like a map thing in this area? This is all uncharted area. Oh, what's that? What is this? Oh wait, no, we can jump. Is this... No, it's not. It's not one of those air bits. What is that? It's locked. Oh. My favorite boss so far? Rellana is pretty cool, but I haven't beaten her yet. I guess I just haven't done it yet. Go find the pile of rocks. Well, there's a pile of rocks here. Is this... Yeah. This must be referencing to something. I don't know what, but... Hit it. Oh, why didn't I just do that? True. Oh. 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 Okay. Do your wounds yet ache? Is your fury still yet to crest its zenith? Do you ever feel like the words don't make sense? Thanks, Mido. Kinda, you take a minute? Wait, what are you talking about? What did I say? I don't know. I lost the train of thought. Can you say hello, hello? She your girlfriend? Are you like streaming or something? Oh. Oh, there's another one. I see. Oh! 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 We're in a castle. I see. Have you killed the walking bonfire yet? No? I don't even know if I've seen it. Have I seen it? Where is that? I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back. 1 second! Oh, are you talking about the fire thing? Is that a bonfire? This isn't Cameo. I don't just say what you tell me to say. Uh, oh, BRB sign. No, I didn't kill that yet. I don't know if it's necessary, like if I need to. Oh dear, okay. He scooped you up in his hand and tossed me to his burning head. Okay, that's fine. I haven't tried it yet. Oh, there's another thing right there. That's interesting. It's a bone blessed shard. That's so cold. You ever just assume it's a trap? Could this be a precious item? I don't know. Yeah, it's a smithing stone. All those weapons I've been leveling up. I don't know if you can move on from here. I know you can. If you want to jump down. Hello. How come my lantern is off? I didn't turn it off. Ow. I do need to turn my lantern on. Yeah, it's visually quite dark. My monitor is, the blacks don't show up very well. So, dark to me isn't, I'm like, what do you mean? It's just hard to see in general, whereas if I was to look at a better monitor, I can see that it's a lot darker. Oh, what are these? What are these? There's a ladder down. Be wary of behind. In here. How far are you now? Not very far. I've only done one main story boss. If that makes sense. I've met another, but I haven't gone back to defeat it yet. Ooh. Heard a noise and I don't know what it was for. Hello. Oh, this is like the guy up top. Kinda. Yeah, I assume she unlocks the east side. Because I've tried exploring a lot of that way and I realized you just can't. That must be what it is. Guard skin could quadruple. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, there's another thing over there. Like a grace. I don't know if I go out. But yeah, I've been wanting to just like kind of level up. Explore the game. No. When am I allowed to get on the horse? And then go back to her, essentially. Because she was pretty hard. leather grease. Which is good. Alright, we walk back in. I didn't have to... Let's go down the ladder. Hello, hello. Oh, it's another item. One guy in here. Oop. Oh, this guy has like a freaking... I don't know what he's throwing. Oh, Godskin Jury. Yeah, I remember now. I know what you're talking about. There's 4 of them? Sometimes I just gotta, like, think, but not directly think, and then I remember what you're talking about. I don't know if that makes any sense. Don't think too hard is what I'm trying to say. I think I did change my game to 1080p to have it run a bit better. And I think it has been... Oh, where's the ladder? This way. Did I explore everything here or nah? I feel like I have. There wasn't too much to this castle. But there was like another... Ooh. Nah, there's something else. Oh my god, you can just jump over. That must be by design, right? I thought there was a mage here. Flame Drake Talisman. Thinking hard stuff. Oh, you've been stressing out about a new bag to buy. That sounds like fun thinking. Thinking about what to buy? What kind of bag? I did see another Grace up the top somewhere, and I don't know how to get there. There's a hole. A suitcase died bad. Yada got one from online. I can't remember what it's called. He bought it like off a Facebook ad. It's pretty decent. A duffel style with shoulder straps and wheelie wheels? Okay, yeah. A Shadow Realm rune. Oh, there's a lot more in here. Oh no, it hit. It hit more time. Yeah, I see what you mean. Having a duffel bag that has wheels as well. Yeah. That is the best of both worlds. Good choice. Do you ever feel like an idiot when you're walking through streets, right? You're a tourist. and you're walking through streets over like rickety footpaths with your suitcase, and you're just thinking there has to be a better way. Oh, these things. Oh, there goes my rings. And it's so loud. I feel like I can't get comfortable because it's cold. Do remember to stretch every once in a while or something. Oh my god, I stand... Yeah, baggage carriers for sale. I stand 2 meters away. Behind people. I do stand on the side where it's coming out of so I can see. But... I stand behind people waiting. These enemies hit like a truck. I know! It's crazy! Yeah, I'm a very, like, in public spaces, like trains, planes, like anything where you're in a public space and you need to wait for something, I always try to just be like... I try my best to chill. Like, things, they will come to you. I once had this experience where I was waiting for my bag to come out. And it had like, it was like from Sydney to Melbourne or something. And it had the location on the screen. But I didn't realize it was for a different plane, like a different time. And I was waiting there, like all these bags coming out, and mine never came out. And I was like, what the hell? My bag's not here, and I started to like panic. And it turns out I was just wrong, and it was not that baggage claim, it was another one. I was so relieved. You were annoyed in Brisbane, a guy got on the train wrongly? What do you mean? Those guys are painful, what the hell? Hey Harami. I'm gonna ignore this guy, because we can just jump down. They're worth a bit. And there are 5 here. Oh my gosh! Yeah! No, so like... I have the same issue with Sydney trains sometimes. Some people, yeah, they don't stand to the side and wait for people to get out. And then other people as well. Marika's room. Other people as well. Ooh, 80,000? That's huge. My pet peeve, this is something that I've complained about on the trains a lot. Some people, when it's a situation you need to stand, right? There's too many people on the train or whatever, you can't really find a seat, so you stand. And they're like... Because Sydney trains has like 2 levels, and there's like sitting areas, and then like in between is the standing areas. So you're standing, right? And people will stand in front of the door. But what people do is, a lot of the times, is they'll be standing, they'll all be like in front of the door, and then when there's a stop, they don't move to let people get off. Like, they all just kind of stand there, and you're forced to push through people. And it drives me mental. And sometimes, especially if it's a really full train, And if they're standing right in front of the door, I'm like, hey, just hop off. Like, if you have nowhere else you can stand to let people through, just hop off for a few seconds and then hop back on. Like, what are you? You're not losing anything. But people don't think like that. They just let you barge them over. And I've had, like, I've yelled at people because it annoys me so much. Do mobs drop weapons in, like, in Dark Souls? Sometimes. Not very often, but yeah. Anyway, this my little rant. I'm gonna, ooh, a Mesmer Soldier Ashes, interesting. I'm gonna complain about this problem until everyone starts understanding. It's not all the time, but it's like, it's people who, like, I feel like they don't travel often or they don't catch the train often, so they don't realize they're just being a big inconvenience. Oh, like, yeah, you can't really farm for weapons. It's not a thing. Usually, it's predetermined for something to drop a weapon. Who the hell is Mesmer? I don't know. I think they're a boss. That's my guess. Yeah, I was so taken back by myself one day, I yelled at people. I was just like, oh my gosh, guys, just get off the train and let people through. Like, why is this such a difficult thing for you? Yeah, you must be someone important. I know. Are you trying to prompt something from me? Mesmer. Oh, this is a dead end. Secret passage ahead. Is it? Oh my god, they're a troll. They keep trolling me. I hate them. Yeah, I think it will. Okay, thanks. I'm not saying I'm like, you know, I have everything perfect when I'm catching the train or whatever, but I've caught them enough times that I just like, what's the word? I min-max the trains in my head. It's like, here, if people were just to sit this way, and if they were to move this way, things would be so much better. You know what's up with the train? What? Oh, I thought that was a door, and then I just realized I was walking towards boxes. Lovely. Okay, well, let me just check, because I know there's a guy on the other side. I'll check that in a moment. Oh, hello. Oh, I know what's up with trains. Well, yeah, I caught trains for so many years. Because I went to uni and now I go to work. And then whatever else in between. And that's been... It's over 10 years. Like, I've been catching trains for over 10 years. Buses, I'm lost. You've lost me. Germania, did you hear my, like, walking story with work? So, oh no, this is a boss! That's why there's a thing there. Oh my gosh. What a random boss spot. So, the other day when we went out shooting with work, right? We went to the bar afterwards. And we were, I think there was a group of, it was like 5 or 6 of us, right? We were walking on the footpath. And we're walking to a bar. And then this man comes through behind us And like, it's like he's an old man, like an older man. And he's like, what is it like? He says something like, coming through, you guys are walking too slow, walk faster, you're blocking the footpath. And he's like storming through between us, and he full on like does this, like parting of the sea. And he just like storms it past us. And we're just like, huh. That was weird. Oh, it's hilarious. And it was funny because we weren't walking slow, by the way. We were walking at a very regular pace. But I guess he was tall. He probably has a regular... walks faster? Oh, yeah. It wasn't nothing to be concerned about, but it was just hilarious. Like, their mannerisms was very funny. And then the funny part was, like, someone, like, from work would then, like... They sped up and then started, like, walking, like, next to them and in front of them. Because it's just, like... I don't know. That was so troll. Alright, there's a boss here. I wasn't expecting that. Old people do that. Well, it's funny because, like, then we turn a corner and then we just see him walking into, like, this noodle, restaurant thing. Like, this noodle bar thing. Yeah, you could have said, excuse me. I know, but he was literally like, you guys are walking so slow. Like, you're blocking the footpath. And we weren't. And we also weren't walking slow, but in this guy's opinion, we were. It was just funny. I don't know. And I was like, well, I guess we're just slow. Definitely poo? Maybe. Well, you really only get 3 hits. I like how that person thought I was good at Elden Ring because I have a big health bar. There's no way this is the main boss. Potentially. Yeah, and I've had to say, like, excuse me before when walking past people. Like, if they're blocking the way, they're just blocking the way. You just go like, okay, excuse me. No, and you got New Game Plus as well. Over 7, no. Oh my god. What are you meant to do, guys? I don't even think I can bring out Tish in this. I think I'm stuck. Because there's no... You need a gate, don't you? To summon? Oh, I rolled too early. Oh. Heal. Even though I don't think I had the time. The Black Guard Knight fight? I don't think I've done that one. That's not the Mausoleum fight, was it? Did I do that one? Oh, it is that guy. Okay. I don't think I remember that I had Tish for that. I remember Tish when I did Rellana. It's like, oh yeah, I have a thing. Yeah, okay, I did do that boss fight. Maybe I have to use the same strat where I just spam my stuff. Yeah, I've got... I feel like that place should have had a summon allowed. Like, it would have made sense, because it was in a room. This is more like this is just randomly in a castle. Yeah. For the Black Gold Knight. I can't say, sorry, I know it's jail, but that's how I read it. Okay. So, no, what I was starting, because I have this weapon. It doesn't do very well in this DLC, apparently. But I think I started playing it like normal, like I was just using normal attacks, and then I just kind of started like spamming my attacks a lot more. The spells. When I spammed the spells, I was able to overwhelm him easier. That was my strat for him. Instead of like playing more passively, like taking turns. It's fine. Did you pick up martial arts yet? Is there martial arts in this? Damn it, I was gonna try and use the flask. You had the got beast claw, but you don't have the kicks yet. What are the kicks? Oh wait, is this a martial arts thing? But yeah, for Rellana, I've been just using Tish, I guess. I don't think her, I think she has high magic defense. I don't seem to do a lot of damage to her. Remember how I told you can fight people barehanded now? No, I remember. I didn't know, like, if that's what we meant. So we called it martial art. Yeah, no, I remember that, Germania. I know you said that we can now fight people barehanded. I didn't know that meant that was like a martial arts thing. Damn it. If that makes sense. No. I'm just trying to... Oh. Yeah, potentially. I've thought of that. He seems cheesable. There's a skip? What does a skip mean? Like you can skip past her? Ah, shoot. Wait, what? Did the game bug out? I'm out of health. Ah! Almost. Ah, are you meant to skip her though? Isn't she part of the story? I used it! No, I already used it! Maybe I should have used it last. I know, the flask. That move. It doesn't look like it suits him. Yeah, I should have used it last. Not disagreeing with you there. But there was a point where I thought I was dead because my character yelled out. I swear the game bugged out. Oh, why did I dodge twice? Oh, it hit an extra time. That attack sucks, bro. Oh, shoot. Aha! We did it. Ash of War. Oh. Go upstairs here. I wonder what's upstairs. Searching since 2020 for 2 enchanted golden apples for 2 bedrock Minecraft achievements. Actually? Where was that boss? Here. I don't have a map for here. And I think I went into this area down here and I kept moving this way. And then I ended up in this fort. Well, that was a fun fight. Or a reprimand, yeah. Reprimand. I don't know where the map thing is. Maybe it's over here. But I haven't got it yet. I feel like you need to do Rellana to get to this area. I don't know. You're welcome. Doing everything except the main mission. Is what I'm doing. I'm like, alright, what can I get done now? What are you playing Minecraft on? Oh, this is a back door. Is it really? Oh my god. Well, I wanna actually do that fight. I'm not trying to avoid it. Have you never played Elden Ring? It's good. It's a lot of people's first Souls game as well. Oh, you need to get it again, I see. I know what you mean. Well, is that this whole area done? I feel like that was it. Have I been down there? I feel like I've been down there. Oh, I just didn't walk up this way. I see. It's been that long since you played it, you probably got smoked. Yeah, it's like... I know for a lot of people who, when they first picked up this game, because it's trying to not hold your hand right, they usually come across the guy on the horse at the start and just immediately get wrecked and give up. Yeah, I had the music on when I played the main game. Is it here? Yeah, you just have to avoid him, and you do him later. Like, just get back to him later. Okay, it's not this one. That's a lot of things in this game though. If you come across an enemy and they're too hard, just go and do something else. And come back. And you just take it slowly. Yeah. So, where does this way go to the left? I feel like if this passes Rellana, it's probably out of my... like... level, if that makes sense. Like, I should probably go back and do Rellana and try that. I do want to do that. Oh, one of these! I hate them! Why does it exist? Why is it back? Oh my god, there's multiple of them! You know, I have no idea. I know nothing about Minecraft and its achievements. I know Minecraft, just not deeply. Oh, a blessing of Marika. I'm gonna have to look at that. I've never been one to hunt. I don't hunt achievements, you know. How far into Elden Ring? So, I mean, we're doing the DLC. We finished the main game. Ages ago, right? I've forgotten it. I've forgotten what I've done. I've forgotten the game. Hey, Patrick. And I'm level 159 currently. I think recommended for the base game, like if you don't do New Game Plus, it's 150 for DLC. Am I addicted? I don't really get addicted. No. I don't get addicted. Complete restores HP. Oh, right. Okay. Not that important then. Yeah, it did. Alright, I feel like that was interesting, but I gotta face the music. I might grind a bit, get some levels first, and then we will do Rellana. Someone said it's meant to be your third boss. Where else are you meant to go? You know? I'm like, where? There's no other path that you can take. It all comes to a dead end. Left city. But this is where I went. So this is the first place I went to. And I did the lion thing. Is there another boss or is Rellana the second one? Maybe she's the second one. And they were thinking of other bosses. Maybe they were thinking, because there's like a dragon in the lake, there's like, you know, there's other things. That must be it. Alright, let me go out and we will... I don't know. I want us to try and level up.
In battle, you can be...
Yeah, well, she's no longer my first boss anymore. Because we did the other one. So this thing is a walking thing? Your housemate's a nerd in Elden Ring? No, it's fine. Oh, okay. The walking bonfire. Oh, I don't know about this. Especially because it covers up so much of the, like, the fire thing. You had to fight it in foot. Maybe you have to jump. Or roll. It is hard, dude. I'm barely doing any damage. Look how much I've done. Oh. What did that do? Is that it? Okay. Okay, that was me jumping. I don't know if that's what you meant to do. Ow! Even under his feet, was that? How can you even dodge that exactly? You did this on horseback. My horse died very quickly. I do find, like, yeah, the sword I have doesn't do a lot of damage on horseback. Let me get my stuff back. I think I lost my horse. Oh, it's over there. Alright, cool. It's still fighting me. Are these things killable? They are. They are. Like, everything's killable, you know? Oh. I guess if you hang around him, he can just kill everything for you. Which I find really interesting. I'm just getting 3 runes. Ow. Okay, never mind. It's no longer free. Ow. Okay, run faster. My horse is dead. Ow. He really is just kicking rocks. Okay, enough of that. I want us to kill some things first. Maybe I just use my big rune and then we'll do Rellana. Yeah, this one here. It's new, apparently. Oh, these ones give you 1500 as well. Interesting. How much do I need to level up? Yeah, I don't think it's ready. I think I need a better weapon. Thank you. Okay. I don't even know it's worth leveling up. I've been doing a lot of endurance, like these three. The base stats. Although I do feel like sometimes I need like 1 in dex and 1 in intelligence, because some things end up living on 1 HP. Oh right, I keep thinking that's how I teleport. Okay. I can't remember if it was the Lord's Chamber or if it was this one, so I think it was this one. Yeah. Is ready? Wait, is this one? No, it's not this one. It's another one. I thought it looked like that. This one. Ah. I was wrong. Hello. Oh, it's gone. Oh, it went to me! Okay. I feel like if it was just this, I would be able to deal with it. Oh, yet to work that one out. Ow. I mean, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, I'm a Spirit Bell noob. Haha. When you eat ramen, do you eat it dry or soup form? I leave the stuff in there. The broth, so soup form. I will say though, teachers make some things a little bit too easy. Like I didn't expect it to make things so easy sometimes. I wish there was a slider I can use. Okay. I don't like the NPC summons. That's where I draw the line. I don't like to use summons in general. Roll too early. In time, we have it. We run it back. How many times? Oh, both of them. Fire out. How many deaths in total? It was 830 in the base game. I think it was. I remember Melania, just Melania was 131. I need a bathroom again. No. I don't like how she throws at you multiple things, even though that's what I'm doing to her, but I don't think that counts. I gotta work out that freaking sword. Doesn't happen when it expects. You know, from my attack specifically? Hey, Taki, it's been alright. Really? Oh, shoot. I'm doing more damage than you are? I feel like I'm doing nothing. I'm using, skills. Like, I have the Moon Veil, and I'm using the skills from it. And that's it. Yeah, it's not like I have a lightning sword. Moon Veil's like my only weapon. This is the thing, like I've kind of stuffed up. I want a new weapon in general. Like I want a new one. Because Moon Veil hasn't been doing that great. Ow. What the hell? I'm not really much of a spell user, if that makes sense. I don't like to use magic that much. I'm more of a strength user, normally. Yeah, I don't have a lot of weapons in my inventory. It's like, Yeah, like it's a hard game. It's also really long. Okay. Oh yeah, I get you can use like those what is it, the grease lining things? I don't like to use consumables that much because I am not expecting myself to get this done within 10 plays. Like 10 tries or something, and I bet that's all I have in my inventory. Do you know what I mean? I hate using consumables. This is a move that sucks. Ugh. I feel like until I work that thing out, I am not beating her. I need to be able to dodge both. Thanks, Jeff. It's like, even if I had the most OP weapon, if she brings that out, I'm done for. I mean, alright. Thoughts on using incant to buff off you? I mean, that's something that I would do, yeah. Do I even have one? I don't even know how to equip incantations. I have one equipped and I don't know how it's there. I'm like, what did I do to equip it? The Moon Slam. Oh wait. Should I be jumping? Is that what it is? Oh, she went that way. Oh, I dodged that one. That's nice. Is the other chat on TikTok? It is, yeah. Oh, good night, DJ. Can it not use everything that it has against me in one go? Why did my thing work? Oh shoot. It's not it! Shush! Oh my gosh. Oh, she killed her. I tried to attack earlier. Oh no, the moons. The moons. The moons! The moons! That's when you jump! Now I remember what Aris was talking about. And I didn't know what the hell they meant by the moons. Oh, that sucks. Oh, we're dead. We're dead, we're gone, skis. God damn it. You went to Outback Steakhouse recently with your family and saw Tim Tam cake on the dessert menu. Alright, we're getting there, we're getting there. This is possible. Tim Tam cake. Apparently the Australian one doesn't have that. I think. Because we do have Outback Steakhouse. For some reason. Ow. I took too long. We were close. Imagine if I used the wondrous flask. A flask. actually. Seems like okay. There we go. Ooh. Ah. If she wasn't going after me, she didn't get me. Lovely. This is the fun bit. Oh, she got the thing. I didn't realize. She got my thing. Ah! Too slow. It wasn't a bad run, that one. So ironically, ours is Australian themed a lot more than the ones in actual Australia. Yeah, because why in Australia would you want to go to an Outback Steakhouse and it's just Australian themed? I don't know. Like, yep, cool. I wonder if I should be using this one more than this one, but I feel like they do the same amount of damage. Ow. Right. Do you still get level ups for the flask to heal more? I feel like I heal so much. Oh my god. You don't? Oh, damn it. You do not level up health anymore then. There's no point. Force and drawing Rellana. I mean, I'm not against it. She just has a cool attack pattern. One, 3-1. I don't know what we're up to. Show me that one first. Sage roll. Dodging does not work for that one. It just doesn't. I don't know what you're meant to do. I don't know if you're meant to run. Just as hard. It's harder, Darky. No, they were not messing around. They really humbled the player base. I need to go bathroom, by the way. I'm kind of holding it. And then, I don't know, I can only see myself focusing on this boss for the rest of the night. I'm back. 4 hours? Respectable. A sword? That's a magic staff. Huh. Can you tell I'm cold? Okay. Yeah, it's cold. It's winter. I saw her running right at me. She ran at me pretty quickly, actually. Did I use my... I did use my thing, okay. We started off pretty bad for this one. The longest I've spent on a boss is 2 weeks. I think it was like 10 hours or something I added up. And that was Sekiro. Ow. $40 degrees, that's pretty hot. What the hell? Do you live in a hot area? I bet you're melting just like seeing me in a blanket. Ah, I did it. Ow. Oh, I accidentally went to heal an extra one, apparently. I just felt like it was delayed. Oh no, we're out of healing pots. That sucks. No! It took me all day. I respect it. I understand. I'm at 30. Oh, did you go back and add it up? 31 now, okay. I feel like we're close. You live on the East Coast. Oh, it's a heat wave. Well, that sucks. Do you have aircon? Some ice, maybe? You want me to do this without the summon? Really? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Sorry. I play another game, right? And it uses square to attack. And every once in a while, my brain just switches. Why You want me to play this on hard mode, huh? I can try a run without Tish, see how that goes. Use a rune for extra health. Oh, I have. I don't think extra health's gonna get me anywhere at this point. I have a pretty big health bar. I'm currently, my health's on level 60. I think it's done. I feel like there's no point leveling it up more. Hello, welcome back again. Alright, we'll do this run without the summon. No, we're not doing faith builds. There's a few other weapons that I have my eye on. It didn't really work out well without it. Without the summon. Thanks, Thomas. I don't really take compliments very well, though. What are faith weapons? Like the ranged ones? No, okay. You never hated a boss more in your life. Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. We do not speak that language. It's supposed to warm me up. Okay, right game then. Yeah, I think it does have intelligence immunity, I know. I am aware that my weapon is nerfed here. But I've gotten close a few times, so I think we'll be okay. Ah, frick. We just gotta get lucky. I don't think the respec is necessary. Yeah, you just gotta get lucky. Look, someone once said to me, and I was offended too. In time, they were like, you're only winning the fight because you got lucky. And I was just like thinking, well, that's mean. I just put in all this effort. But eventually you do get a lucky run. You just gotta do it 50 times. You get there, don't worry. Oh frick, I gotta stop running out. You don't believe in luck with games like this. I do. Let me tell you something. There was a boss in Dark Souls. I don't even know what it was called. It was a giant centipede in lava. I got down there, the boss spawned, and immediately it ran into the wall and died. It was like a bug that happens Like, it's really hard to get it to happen, but it just happened first go. I never had to verse it. And this is when I'm like, wow, luck really does exist. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Umbred. Oh dear. Yeah, but what if I can just use Tish, and then also I have a different ability? I don't know. We'll get there, don't worry, guys. I know it has it has int immunity. I know it sucks. I don't want to use a summon, by the way. Not interested. I know. It's like I know the immunity exists. I could see. Instead of Moonlight, Great Sword. No, I didn't know it was a thing. No, I don't think they were talking about a real person. I think they were talking about the one on the side of the gate. The NPC one. I'm a very simple person. Okay, I'm very direct when it comes to games. I pick the weapon that I like, and I stick with it. Is it really? The NPC one is significantly weaker than Tish. Poor guy. It probably requires me to have high strength or something. I'm assuming, if it's a great sword, right? Again? Oh shoot, okay, that's another one that I gotta work on. The one where she starts like slicing and it comes across like that. I think I'm getting better at the first one she does. Yeah, I saw the orb AoE. Thankfully, someone had cryptically told me if the moons come to jump. Ages ago. I had no idea what they meant. So in that moment I knew what to do. Yeah, the ones where she just starts slicing, I don't know. Maybe you can run. Remember how there was a move that Melania did where there was only a very particular way you could dodge it? Yeah, the water foul dance. There was like one particular way to dodge it. You couldn't just like spam dodge or anything like that. You had to go in a specific angle at a specific time. Ooh, I accidentally went twice. Damn it, I just used one. This one. Okay. We lived. Ow. I could change one of my talismans as well. So having a bit more damage maybe. I have it set to more mana when I... What's it called? Do the critical hit thing? Oh, here it is. No! I was I was drinking! And I don't even think I had anything in there! Ah! I ate island. Ages ago. Like yesterday. Yeah, ages ago! Oh, not your red dust. Dead disc. That sucks. Oh, we meant to be speaking Portuguese. People aren't gonna understand what I'm saying. Choose similar role to either side, it will work. Yeah, I never really killed much for the name, you just wanted the clubber. Dude, the most upsetting part about this fight is you get her swords, but their damage is so... Oh, you saying you don't rate it? Yeah, I know you can jump them, that's what I was saying earlier. But I was accidentally drinking flasks, so I couldn't jump. Ok, desculpa, vamos falar português por pouco. Eita. Só para você escutar. Pode ver há pouco. Ah. Meu Deus. Uma desgraça. Trinta e nove. Status. Vamos ver. O que vais ver aqui? E eu acho Rivers of Blood, não sei se assim é bem neste. Posso falar English? Can I speak English yet? These are my stats currently. It's all attuned to the current weapon I'm using. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, well... So you got Vigor 60, Mind 32, Endurance 27, Strength 16, Dexterity 36, Intelligence 48, Faith 12, Arcane 8. That's how it is at the moment. It's all just for this weapon. Have I beaten the mode? Yes. I beat the game. Yes. What do you mean they got scammed? I literally just spoke. Ow. 2 minutes? Why 2 minutes? I can't get better stats on this sword, it's already maxed out. So are you saying? Are you saying to like max out like dexterity and intelligence? Those are the 2 stats I can do. I've been leveling up endurance and mind lately. You can enchant. I could, yeah. Even though half the time I'm attacking with a range attack. Yeah, I want to change swords eventually. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk more about the sword that she drops. Is the stats not good? Too early. I knew it had a delay on the last one. Too early. The summon does eventually die. If I was to let it take too much. I feel like people, like, I feel like to a certain degree I'm impatient, right? Like I can't be bothered to fiddle around with different weapons, different stats, or any of that stuff. But you guys don't want to see me lose, like, at all. Nah, it's dexterity and intelligence, I think, is what it scales to. Oh wait, you're saying the new one? The sword is good, you just have to build it for one of the moves. Rellana sword? Oh, why did I dodge into that? Thought it was gonna go for me. I've let her hit Tish too much. Yeah, the thing is, like, people like to change up their builds a lot and respec and all that, but it's just not something I like to do. I don't want to fiddle around with that because I feel like it's too much effort for when I can just be working on the boss anyway. Like, I know I'm gonna get the boss. I don't feel like it's out of sight. If we were really struggling, then that's something different. Ow. Ow. We're really struggling. I think I spent about 90 hours on the base game. But I didn't really play, like, when was that, 2020, I think? Like, around about when it came out. Well, like, that's the thing, that's just the way you play, though. Like, you probably like changing stats or, like, switching up weapons and all that. I am someone who, I don't know how to explain it, but I struggle to change playstyles on the fly. Like, if I was to change a weapon or something, it's not something I can just switch. I would spend a lot longer trying to figure out how to play with a different weapon and a different playstyle than if I just learned the boss and did it. Dragon's Rock. Oh no. Okay. Ooh. Interesting point to get a thing. Ah! better. I know, she's scary. I gotta go. I use it for Melania. I wanted to not use it for so long, and people were like, I think you need help for Melania. She makes things too easy. Ow. Okay, 250 in the base game. How do you know what the recommended level is if you're in New Game Plus? Alright. Ah. No, it doesn't reset your stats. It just means, like, it doesn't reset your stats, it's like everything, they really scaled it so that, like, no one comes into the DLC OP. Even if you feel OP. Oh, my freaking attack, I really need to work it out. That's my big point. My big issue at the moment. Yeah, you also get new items to level up your summons and yourself, which the summons item you find more frequently than the item that levels you up. Oh my god, why are you typing in caps? Ow. Didn't realize that had more. Oh, why did I dodge back? That freaking attack sucks, man! I figure I can, like, step back when that comes out. Third shard level. Is that the new thing? That's a new thing, isn't it? How do you figure that out? Is that in your stats? I think I'm only... It's either 2 or 3. I haven't got a lot. I haven't found them very often. Yeah. It says when you use them. Oh, so I have to sit at the bonfire thing. You're at 5? Oh. Where did you find them all? I keep finding the ashes. But I don't know where the hell the other ones are. Ow. I thought maybe they were just locked behind bosses or something. No! Probably did more anyway, I guess. Here's the cart. Oh, she didn't do it. Maybe I don't stand back. Nope. Okay. Why did I decide to attack there? I was like, yeah, this is the time. I am literally letting my summon fight now. Can't you see? But the summon dies quickly. She's not there the whole time. Okay, I dodged. It didn't work. Yeah, she gets so aggressive in that stage. It's crazy. Oh yeah, I was meant to look at how much thing I have. I swear it's 2 or 3, man. And she switches target. Using me. I don't know why I used the flask here. No! Oh, I got him. Oh, that didn't do anything. What the hell? I just know they're yelling in my chat right now. God damn it. I was trying so hard to get away from there then, because I was like, no, 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 no. Far out. I was like, wait, did I get lucky? Nope. Oh, I didn't read there. It's just hard to get away from it. That's the thing. Oh. You'll get there eventually. You keep telling me to use frost. Do I even have a frost thing? do? Is it the freezing grease? How long does it last? I only have 10. How do I equip? I don't like to use consumables because, like, obviously, especially on hard bosses, like, you're not getting it done in a couple of goes. Wow. Where did my FPS go? Yeah, look, let's... Oh, can I not use it? Why can't I use it? I actually don't know. Why can't I use it? Can you not use it like that? Oh, shoot. Wait, she already got the thing! Oh my god. I really am being carried. No. Ah, shoot. No. Both of them? Frick. I should have done my other attack. The way that this game stresses you the hell out. Ugh. I hate how much it takes to heal. We're getting there. We're getting there. I just gotta do better in that phase. I think once that summon is gone, I don't know how to handle it on my own. You just beat it? Congrats, he dude. I'm getting there. I thought I'd be able to use the grease stuff here. You can't. But I guess I was wrong with that. Or is it just my weapon? I don't know. I feel like I've used it before. You subconsciously learn the pattern. Oh my gosh, she's already in my face. What the hell? Jeez. It's because of your weapon? Oh, okay. Damn it, okay. I thought I would just be able to use it. Alright. It's not a good spot to be in. Ow. 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 A pearl talisman? I don't think I have it. I should equip something though. There is one I could maybe do without. Because it's like the one that gives me FB, I don't need that. That's just good for when you're like, I don't know, not boss fighting, really. Ooh. No! Ah! God damn it. This game hates me. Ow. No. Freaking hell. Flip. I play Dark Souls all the time. Like, Souls-like games all the time. I'm used to hard bosses, guys. It really doesn't stress me out at all. I would need to respec. I'm not gonna go respec for one boss. Ah! Alright. It's just not worth it. I'd rather respec when I've decided on a weapon that I wanna like 100% change to. Ah, princess, hello! Okay, let's have a look. How you going? Let's double check the stats on my weapon. How you been? Because I want to see... So, E on strength, which I only have at 16 strength, because it's at E. Int at B and Dex at B. Okay, so we can do both. Oh, congratulations for that. You don't come in here very often. I hope you enjoy your train ride that boosts excessive attacks. Should I be? Someone else said that too, and I said no, that's BS. Which one was that one, Germania? I remember it was... It's one that I did get it. I can't remember what it was called though. Wait, it was Winged. Winged. That's what it was. I remember... Oh, this one here. With successive attacks. You reckon? And I was just like, nah, I barely get... Yeah, I know, that was you. You were like, you should be using that one. And I was like, nah, I never use it. I will never use successive attacks. In fairness, when I was doing this fight, I was barely getting a single successive attack in. How was the first boss? It wasn't hard. I don't think. The thing is, though, like, I had a few goes without Tish. And then I was like, let's see how it goes with Tish. It was no contest. I was like, oh, she made it too easy. So, yeah, it was, like, so easy. And I think without, it's not too hard. It just would have taken me more time, I think. Why is the game loud suddenly? I don't remember it being this loud. Oh wait, she's gonna do the fire thing. Stamina. I do want her to start going onto my summon, but she hasn't been. Just so I can get a few more hits in. Oh, she took all of that. And yeah, of course she died after that. Oh. I knew. Shoot, I thought I should get some mana just in case. No, Div needs help. No! I should have healed instead. Damn it. Ah, you going to anywhere exciting on this train ride? No, we have 50 deaths. 50 deaths on this one boss. I've been liking it. Yeah, welcome back, Leggy. Been liking the new DLC. Oh, New York State. Fancy. Are you close to New York? I don't know. That just sounds fancy to me. I feel like I use that a lot. I could get rid of boost HP for something else. Maybe? Alright. Do you reckon? Because I feel like the other three are pretty good. That's the only one that doesn't up my damage. Hello, Joel. See that pearl shield? Pearl shield. Not that one, right? Is it that one? Wait. Or is it this one? No, that's a moon. No shield. What is this shield? Oh, this thing! Non-physical damage negation. It's a damage defense thing. Non-physical damage negotiation. Does she have a lot of non-damage? It's all magic negotiation. Yeah, and you don't need HP if you don't get hit. Exactly. Does she have a lot of magic? Oh, you switched out the wrong one. Damn it, what did I have there? I wouldn't have switched out that one. Now I can't remember. It was a damage dealing one. That's what I remember. But I don't remember what it looked like. Enhance the jump attack. God damn it. I wish I could undo. Sound. Was it no, it wasn't a damage one, it was an FP one. Okay. Reduces the amount of FP that skills uses. That's what it was. Reduces the amount of FP that skill uses. There's so many to look through. Is it this one? No, shortens spells casting time. Goodness me, why is there so many? It's like I just deleted it. Thanks, Oda. No, I want the one that I had on back. Which one is it? I'm tempted to look back through my VOD. Oh, this is driving me insane. Am I crazy? It's a carrion one? I kid you not. Okay, carrion. This is actually ridiculous. I've read through them so many times because you're scrolling through so fast. Carrion. What do you mean I don't have it? You just went past it. Down. Of course I have it. Go slow. Okay, I'm going too fast. I just had it. I accidentally unequipped it. I want it back off. This is what I'm saying. What does it look like? This one! Oh my god. The amount of times I scrolled through that thing, I swear. Cannot. That was actually driving me insane. Enable listening to chat. Okay, no, we took a little break, switching our talismans. Gonna see if we, do a bit better. Ow. Yeah, those are physical hits. Wait, did I change the one that takes FB? I think I did, right? Oh, this is a magic damage. Alright. Ooh, ow. Heal and then heal again. Where? Oh, okay. Heal. Heal. We're running. Oh, the balls. Oh, I'm out of mana. Shoot. Son of a bitch! Sorry. I'm sore. God damn it! I only needed one more hit. I'm so sorry. Look, I was enjoying the fight too much. I think to do the DLC is it you need to do I can't remember what the boss is called. I bet I'm frustrating people. I should have used the Wondrous Physique, man. I was doing more damage, like significantly more. Ow. Why did I heal? I did need to get FP back though, which did stuff me up a bit. because I got rid of that FP gain talisman. Wow. No. Give me a thing. Thank you. How's it going? Yeah, it's doing great. Should hear me swear. Did a swear. Let's just do a thing here now. So I don't have to do it later. Ow. Why is Tish not attacking? Attack! Damn it! Can you beat this boss for me since you're here? Yeah, of course, I can. I'm getting E-wrecked? What does that mean? I reckon... Okay, in the next 10 goes, surely. Surely. We're almost there. I can feel it. Before the end of the night, we'll have it done. A challenging boss fight. Oh, please don't count. I've had someone counting how many deaths I've had in total on this one boss. Be honest. Okay. Ow. We need to get her out of the physical stage so I have the funds, you know? Jump the boss. Oh yeah, I don't do jumping attacks. I don't know. Kinda weird. Yeah. My life had now been audience restricted for swearing, of course. Let me use my mana pot. Okay. I have them both at max, I think. I could try my Mimic Tier. The thing with my Mimic Tier, it is 2 Moon Veils. So I don't know if that's great. I feel like the only reason why I'm doing damage in this fight is because I'm using Tish. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know, that's what I'm saying. I feel like it would just be worse. We can entertain the idea for half a second. Ow. The magic resist talisman on, I do. Like now I don't take as much magic damage. But I got rid of my health talisman. So I have a shorter health there. Yeah, I need my stamina. Yeah, well, I didn't even really think she was magic heavy, but I guess she is. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I know you're saying the magic. Yeah, I know you're saying the magic. The boss resists magic. Yeah, I know you do. Someone else was asking, like, if I put the magic talisman on. Can you summon 2 things at once now? I don't think you can. No. Oh, I must have raised the audio. That's why it's so loud suddenly. This will be the run. Stop! Yeah, when people say this is it, it's not it. You've jinxed it. It's gone. You need to be like, I'm just gonna drop it. whenever I get to low health, I'm like, I can feel it. People are like, you know, they're like, oh, this is it. They got it. You can feel it. Even when I'm not reading chat. This isn't it. My favorite is when I do the boss, and it's because I was busy talking about something else and I didn't even realize. It's like the boss was not the main task in my head. Thank you very much. Watch your fumble the bag again. Exactly. Wow. I just needed the fire thing. I need to sit back. I need to sit back. I need to sit back. Alright, we fumbled the bag. I'm not denying that. I am like pretty sure that my weapon is making this suck a bit. Pretty sure. But yeah, like, I mean, other people have had issues with this boss. Okay. Don't you hate it sometimes when your moves queue up and you've accidentally dodged twice, and so now you're just dodging twice? Ah, I missed. Ah, I missed again. On go. It's what makes, like, when you're trying to get away from a boss and because you're trying to heal, and so you're like dodging and dodging, and then you realize you've dodged too much. No, T-shirt's no health already. What happened to this one? See, it's luck. Moonveil's hard. Oh dear. Already no-hit this boss, only punching with no armor on. I don't believe it. How are people good at this game? How do you get good at this game? I don't think I do. So the reason why I use Moonveil, right, is because I was all in on this Ujikatana, right? See, we have plus 18 on it. I was all in on this. And then people are like, there's a sword similar to this, but it has range and it has magic. Like, maybe you should be using that instead. So that's why I got the Moonveil. And I got peer pressured for so long to get the Moonveil. They were like, just get the Moonveil. It will be so much better. And that's why I got it. I haven't really tried anything else. I don't know. I didn't really end up trying anything else. And you weld it? you know, when looking at her and she's like dual wielding these swords, I have thought, what if I was to dual wield? English! Wait, do I have Melena's... Does she have a sword? I need my stamina. Oh, I thought this one was gonna be her, yeah, that one. Oh. I didn't know that. I feel like it would be pretty cool to have a boss weapon. You know what's funny? This is the first boss that I came across too. And then I realized I probably should go find some other things to do in this DLC then. Ah, we've lost our thing. Don't dual wield, you won't get a single double attack in. Damn. But what if I could fly around like her? That would be so cool. This isn't a run. Tish has been dying the past few times a bit early. Dodged too many times, it was unintentional. Ah. Oh, I'm out. Didn't realize. This dude reminds you of Pontiff Sullivan? I think it's a woman. Oh, has that been in under 10? Have we gone up to... We're almost at the 10 that I said. It's a Dark Souls 3 boss. I don't remember playing Dark Souls 3. I remember when I said that, I was at about 50. Someone's keeping count on the deaths on this one. And now I'm at 57. Okay, you fight that thing real quick. Lost count after one. Yeah, that's fair. Hard to keep count. Ooh. A way to negate those. Ow. Hello? Damage? Hello? Why wasn't my software coming out? Yeah, I do have another channel. I am dual streaming. Dual wielding, dual streaming. That didn't do anything. Or is it because her... Oh, okay. Have I tried Sekiro? Yeah. Sekiro still holds the longest that I've spent on a boss record. Which was, I think, 10 hours, and it was the last boss. Ah, shit. Hang on. Wow. Bloody hell. 6 hours? What are we up to? Like 2 hours? Have I considered multiplayer? I don't want to do multiplayer. Hesitation is defeat. That's a wise man. Thanks, Zeki. Oh, you haven't done it yet. I see, Luke. I think it gets harder, by the way. So prepare. Yeah, I hear she's weak to frost. And someone said lightning as well. I don't think I have anything for that. I would have to respec. Yeah, I hear she's also highly resistant to magic. I feel it. I do. Look, let's just accept that I understand we're at a handicap and have chosen it. How many times have I said that sentence tonight? Like, yeah, I know. My weapon sucks right now. We are aware. I'm feeling it. Oh, okay. I wanted to use one of these. Okay, we gotta run. She's gonna kill him. I can't believe I was one hit off. Not that long ago. I barely jumped, what the hell? Like, the timing was all off on my jumps and it still counted. Oh, what? No. Not like this. Oh, I should stick to the other move. I shouldn't have attacked. I need her to, like, last the whole time. Harder than Millennium? I could probably do this neatly with the shield. You guys really want me to change everything. Maybe. Can I even use my... No, I can't do my thing with the shield. How can I... Yeah, I can't do my things with the shield. Ow. My one first. Use golden parry? What the hell is that? Do you want me to keep going with Moonveil, Germania? Do you want me to die? Yeah, except my weapon, like, base damage is pretty bad. You want to see if you can brute force an anti-int boss with an int weapon? Yeah. No, no. They want me to use Moonveil as a joke. We're at 60. Exactly, no, they want me to suffer. That's literally it. Oh my god, okay. Trying to get out! Get out! Get out! I don't know, what is Dark Moon Greatsword? No, I have to respec. I've been one hit away, guys. It is doable. Is that a talisman? Golden parry? Well, I'm not ending the stream until I do the boss. You guys are never gonna show up to my stream again. You're gonna be like, this person's way too stubborn. Yeah, we thought we were gonna be done before 12. I thought so too. We're still here. It hasn't felt like it was long. That's good. I prefer boss fights like this than the ones that are like you're fighting a giant thing and you're just whacking their ankles and then they stomp at you and they're just spewing like some kind of effect at the ground. These are too. I have, it's not very, like I'll use it every once in a while. It misses a lot. Like, here I would use it. But, it doesn't work there. It doesn't do that much more damage than my regular one. Alright. Oh, no. No. Oh, I thought it was going to be the fire one. Did you not do Rani's questline? I did, actually. Why? What should I have? Yeah, I'm married to Rani. Oh, the great sword. Don't I need a respec? Okay, the Dark Man. Oh, look at it. No, I would have to respec. That's what I keep telling people. It's like the most of these weapon changes, I literally have to respec. Unfortunately. She's already been beaten up quite a fair bit. Ow. I don't know why she hasn't been lasting. I had a few good runs where Tish lasted almost the whole thing. Ow. Damn it. She doesn't know. I don't think she healed. Did she heal? She didn't heal. The, when Tish uses her abilities, her health goes down. She does? She heals? So I'm not crazy. I thought it was like... God damn it. Oh, is this Dark Moon? Around the shields. These Dark Moon things. I do really, like, not want to change it, hey. Do I even have it? Why wouldn't I have it? Not seeing this weapon, guys. I will keep going. It's almost 12. Okay. I don't think I have it. How are you meant to get it? Maybe. I definitely did marry Rani. I did do the thing. I did do Rani's quest. Do you guys not remember? Duh. No, I did do it. Maybe it's like still there and I didn't pick it up. Is it in your bank? I don't know. I just know for sure I did it. Nah, it's too much effort. I can't be bothered. That's like an hour detour, guys. I'd rather just defeat her. We're gonna stick with it. Yeah, I'm glad you're willing to wait, but I want to sleep. No, I've done the quest line. I'm pretty sure I did. It was the longest quest line. I remember. And I had the ending where at the end, like, I'm like married the frickin' thinger and I don't know, I can't remember anymore. Sleep is for the wink. Wait, you guys, please. You almost got dragon form? What the hell is that? Like, duh. I dodged the first two. What do you mean you can become a dragon? Is this a spoiler? What? Ow. Okay. Not letting me... Not that long. I don't think you're lying, because he would make up something like that. Oh, we're at 159 already, man. I need Ronnie. I need Thingo to stay up. Maybe I need my health bar again. I am dying a lot. Yeah. We're not gonna hit 420 yet, guys. Oh. Run out. Please don't use the blue one. Choose the blue one. Why did she use the blue one? I can't survive it. Maybe new stripe. New stripe. Yeah, I feel like I need that health bar back. Okay, my new strat is when she goes into the two sword thing, I use my physique thing. Maybe. I don't know. Oh wait, I forgot to summon things. Did I get her out? No, I didn't. Oh, I stopped up. No summon are not gonna last long. We're at 66 total for this boss, by the way. Wow, freaking, yeah, no, I stuffed it up. Sometimes I get in there and I forget what I'm doing. $67. Okay. Triangle, left. Down. Okay, excellent. Ow. Why aren't you out there doing burnouts with them, huh? Oh, shoot. What? I've seen them like cast it twice in a row. Because you don't have a car. That is fair. It is taking me a while too. Sometimes the effects that Tish put on her is too crazy. What is my new strat? This. Ah, she did the fire. It's better when she does the fire, because the fire one is less, like, crazy. Oh my gosh! I might be switching the magic thing to the health one. You're past midnight, my friend. That's great. That's nice. I'm aware. I don't think anyone said this boss was easy. You do have some foresight though. You know what you're getting yourself into. This is the one. This is the one. I'm not going to bed until I get those things, turrets. We are all fighting the same boss. We're all in this together. Sorry, I'm not a singer. But you know what I'm singing. Oh, shoot. Ah, too much running. No! Sometimes you dodge the wrong way. Ow. Alright, back in there. after me. Thank frick. I need mana. Oh, she had to do the balls. Thank you, Tish. I appreciate it. Alrighty. She showed up. You know what I was thinking in the time when like thanks, Seki. When she did that magic moves that I always die to, the one where she's like slicing and like just 2 hits of those is like an insta kill. I was so glad I went to Tish. I was like, oh my god, that's the luck I need. I just need it to go to her, not me. So I was like, okay, maybe this is the one. Ah! Yes, we did it. I can go to sleep happy. It's the worst feeling going to bed, like, late, and you failed. Ah! And brute forced it. Yeah, no, I gotta get a different sword or something. I gotta make, I want to, but I wanna, like, make a conscious decision on what I want. I am curious about that Rani weapon that I don't have in my inventory. Yeah, let's spend my souls. I'm gonna put him into Dexinen for now. Oh, I only have enough for 1. Okay. Damn, I only have enough for 1? Alright. Check your storage? How do you check that? Arms, chest? No. Is it at the bonfire? Okay. Sort chest? Is this it? I don't feel like I ever looked at this. No, I never did. Oh my god, I do have stuff in here. Oh my god, I have weapons in here! How do I switch? No, that's not the one. Switch a church. This is why I have nothing! There you go. Dark Moon Greatsword. I have it right here. I do have it. Yeah, I mean, I thought my freaking inventory was empty. You know what I probably did? I think everything in my current inventory is what we found in the DLC. And then I just dumped everything in here. And I only have the 2 that I actually used. Okay, let's see. So it's rated D for strength, rated D for dex, and rated C for intelligence. So we technically do have things like spec'd up for it, kinda. We don't want to use. No, we're gonna see. We'll see. We'll see. I do like greatsword sometimes. We'll just see if I hate it or not. Oh, I hit the button. It will go up when you upgrade it. Oh, okay. It does make me heavy, which I don't like. How heavy is it? 10. How heavy was the other one? Where is my other one? 6.5. I have liked it so far, yeah. I'm just doing this for the sake of things. Man, I really can't wear any kind of head thing, can I? Wait, what's my equipment level, like, my limit? Okay. That's quicker. Rani's thing for drip. What does that look like? This one isn't Rani's hat, is it? No, this is something else. I don't think I have Rani's hat. Oh, here it is. Oh my god, sorry, I just... Okay. Yeah. Oh, it is heavy. Does it have a spell? Oh, it made it stronger. Don't know if I like it. Alright, any cool katanas out there? There's a range attack? What is the range attack? These are heavy. Oh wait, oh shoot, there is one. Why does it keep doing that? Is it cause it's... Oh! Oh my god, it's only if you... Okay, sorry, I'm using it like the move there. It's a bit slow. I do use slow weapons sometimes in other games. I don't know. Thoughts, ideas. If you get to sleep that night, close his eyes for 30 minutes and you go about your day like nothing happens. Oh, Patrick, that sounds sad. So, what happens when I... Wait, so it does this without me using any FP? Yeah, you did say that, actually. What happened? Oh, wait. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to understand how this works. Because I only ever use one freaking weapon, right? To have it light up, do you need to use this? Like... Oh, wait, that's blocking. You need to use this thing to, like, empower it, and then you... Right, okay. I don't know if I'm vibing with this hat, not gonna lie. Do I have the whole outfit? Where's Rani Snow Witch robe? What was her pants? I have no idea what her gloves look like. I'm assuming she had gloves. Does she have a set? That would be cool, actually. Where is it? Gloves, yes, pants. You buy it from the finger lady. Wait, back in the other... Like, not in the DLC. It will be at the finger lady? Bro, I cannot find her gloves. It's the same thing like me trying to find the thing in the upgrade, please. I see. How do I upgrade my weapons? Up. I did read slower. The top. Not that. Not that. Not that. Second row. I do not believe you. It's literally, I'm reading second row. First, I think. Traveler's Machetes? Good night, Bob. Thanks for staying. I don't think she has gloves. I feel like I'm missing out. But it should have. Like, why wouldn't you have the whole set? You know, it'd be funny if it's also in my chest. She didn't have gloves? Oh, that's weird. So I guess she put the strongest gloves on. Although I have no defense right now, don't I? I did. I am now Ronnie. How do I level up my weapons again? Who do I go to? At the round table, right? And by doing that, we go to the round table. Yeah, sorry, it's been like 2 years, so I am thinking back. Don't remember where he was, but he is somewhere. The other side. Okay. This guy. If you use your MacBook Pro's charger to charge your iPhone 15. Now, I don't know anything about Apple products. But I would check the voltage on that. Can't you just have, like, doesn't it have a cable? I'm assuming it's USB-C. Strengthen armament. Where does it say how much it costs to strengthen it? Okay, Somber Smithing Stone. How much can you level it up to? Oh. Is that it? I don't think that's at a max. Oh, it's at plus 10. Okay, so it's a plus 10 thing. Alright, oh, this is now max. Go to fingers. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where fingers are. Is it the two ladies? I'll just start putting more points in strength because I don't have that. To even it out. I swear I'm getting drift on my controller. Sometimes it veers off. Was it here? I remember it like you had to walk through something. No. Why is this whole place on fire? The opposite to the balcony. Okay. I burned it down? Oh. Why did I burn it down? I don't see the two ladies here. Who's this? Oh. Is it get in the tree? Wait, what? To get inside the Erdtree to become the Elden Lord. Oh, this is definitely related to whatever the ending was, and I cannot remember it. You light it on fire to get in the tree. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. Now, the ladies are not here. Is this the lady? Or is it somewhere else? Is it the one that's dead? That lady, she died. Good night. Thanks for your help. I was just gonna look at some armor. Is this lady here? She's still getting... Oh, the poor lady. Alright. So you can buy... This is Rellana's armor. Right. How much do I have? I can't do the maths. It should, like, I wish you can just highlight the set so I can be like, okay, I want the set. Please and thank you. That's Melena's. Oh, I can look up Melena. I didn't know this. I didn't know this stuff existed. I don't remember what she looks like. Never played a Souls-like game before? Oh, really? Good luck. Take it easy. It is a lot of people's first ones, so I mean... It must be fine. I wish I could see what it looks like on me. I do like the look of Melena's armor as well, and I think... Like, I'm worried that this one will be too heavy. Because the one that I was wearing before was, I think, weighted at 11. No, it was weighted at 15. Okay, maybe it's not too heavy. Alright, gloves. So I got her chest, her helmet. I have a helmet. I do like... Oh my god, my chat just reset. Okay, that's alright. I got all your messages back. Damn it. Damn that one. Alright, let's see. What will it look like? I'm gonna haunt everyone. Did I not buy the greaves? Or is it not considered new? Oh, there they are. She's only got gloves. I see. You can't level up armor, can you? Kinda weird. Alright, well that's stuff. I do want to go to bed, but let me just quickly run out. Yeah, it has a ponytail, I never noticed. I don't know if I like it, it looks very masculine. I like how I think of a ponytail is masculine. The cloak kind of looks purplish here. I thought it was more blue. Alright, let's see. These guys won't be a test because they're one shot anyways. You put on the blue hood. Oh, yeah. Ow. The blue hood, the style. I don't know if that. Oh, it might not be the same blue. Right, you didn't equip it. It's not the same blue, it's just a. I really just. Hanging around here. I'm gonna go and see how much damage I do to this guy. And then we'll end stream. Yes. That's still a thing. Okay, I just jumped at the wrong time. I really wanted to see how much damage I do to this guy, but it's not possible. This bit takes time, like we're at the channel the thing. Don't know how much I'm gonna like that. Okay, I did nothing. How did people kill this thing? I wanna know. Alright, let's go. Did you stagger it or stay behind it? But what if it when it jumps? It's the walking, like... It's the walking grace thing. Just timing. I need to try and get my stuff back. Oh, it's over here. Are you invincible when you're on, torrent? Damn it. Alright guys, I'm gonna go to sleep. You have iframes? Oh. Torrent dies pretty quickly to it though. Yeah, I only have 2 to this. And then I have 5 for Spirit Ash Blessing. So I know where to get all the other ones. Okay. Well, thanks everyone for watching. I feel like people got really heated at the fact that I was... You say get the blessing up first? Yeah. I just finished doing Rellana. People got really upset. I feel like I was using Moon Veil. But I didn't have another weapon. Anyway. I went and leveled up another weapon. And now I'm gonna